And Tammy took him in and did it, and she said it was pretty good. And that's good because one of our dogs is a high anxiety puppy. But my character in that campaign last session lost all of his memories. All he's got is his skills and stuff. So everything they did, he kept rolling really bad. It's just hilarious because he's a monk. So everything that the party tried to interact with him seemed really suspicious, and it ends up with this massive Keystone Cops like chase going through the city as they chase the guy that has no memory.
Yeah, I'm all for getting a fifth player, but I just want to make sure that we get one that's dedicated and not, has a clear understanding about what the campaign's about. And
I was caught off guard by Eric leaving like that. Vernon, I was caught off guard by that. I thought, things were going pretty well.
he wasn't happy.
You said a break, and they just left. Oh, okay. Where is this chick at? Why am I up here?
Besides, he was like super high anxiety. So, I mean, no telling how long he was going to last anyway.
I suppose.
But I can tell you personally, he was not happy with just his setting in life, like what was going on in real life, and then he didn't feel like he was happy with the campaign the way it was going. Like it just didn't. It wasn't meeting his needs, I guess. Basically,
I guess so. He zipped on out. It is what it is. Can't please everyone. Can I get over this?
he quit our Thursday game too. So
Dang. Move elk.
I think his biggest issue is he was an actor who's stuck in Tennessee. Or was it Tennessee? He was living in Tennessee, right?
Something like that, yeah.
Which has got to be awful.
Oh, definitely. I have no doubt it was.
I mean, I guess you could find work down in Missouri, like Bronson, because they do a lot of shows and stuff down there. But I don't. With COVID going on, I don't even know if they still do that stuff. Probably not.
Stop trying to go up that range. No. Up and over, sir. Stop it.
Oh,
Stop it. Stop that right now. Oh,
Man, I am tired.
son of a biscuit. There we go. I took the wrong path. Right. Okay. You can't hear that music, can you?
Yep, just like we told you last week we could.
The stupid thing. It's a little frustrating because I don't know when people can pick it up and when people can't. Hey, Chris.
Hey.
Like right now, when I'm not talking, my mic's not even lighting up.
Yeah, I've had that problem with Discord a lot too. Like for some reason, maybe it's glitching.
So,
Hey, out of Creesh. How are things in your neck of the woods?
It's okay. Job's still not paying a lot, but I'm getting extra hours now.
at least you got work.
What are you doing?
My job, I work at an arcade at the mall.
Oh no, that is such a thankless job. I had a buddy who worked that kind of job.
Yeah, it's rough.
Oh yeah, I have to deal with so many freaking annoying entitled people every single freaking day I work.
Oh, I'm sure. That is just a nasty, thankless job.
I
And
mean,
it pays literally the least amount of money they can pay us.
right? Minimum wage, yeah.
My paychecks are like, well, I don't know what my next paycheck is going to be like because they added an extra hour to the shift. My average paycheck is like $200. So
Hey, it's better than nothing, man. Plus, at closing time, I bet you get to like play the video games for free.
no, we don't even get a discount.
Hey there.
What, you don't even have a key to the machines to reset them and stuff?
I do. I just can't play them free.
That's ridiculous.
Right.
Like, you can't just like after closing, you can't just like for an hour or so just open them up and just push that button inside where the coin goes and get some free play in.
We use a card.
Oh no.
It's all computerized.
Oh, jeez. Oh, shit. Fuck. God.
When I was growing up, arcades, you had to like sometimes you had to open them up, because it was all coin based, right? Those are the days, man.
You have to tell people like 7 or 8 times a day that the tickets go on the card because they get angry that the tickets aren't coming out of the machine.
Well, yeah.
Hey, Pete, could you turn
Yep.
off your radio, please? Your microphone is better than you think it is. So
I know it.
when
It's
you
like
get
a
into
so
this game, just ixnay on the ADO ray. All right, I have 2:00. I am going to go over here. I am going to stop the music as soothing as it may be. And I am going to get us started on the session. Hello, everyone. My name is DM Gallibond, and today I am joined by Ivy, by Chris, by Pete, and by Ken, who are all in the Discord, but not all in the Roll20 yet. And we are here for session 71 of the Walker of Waterdeep. 71. Wow, we're working our way towards 100 sessions in this game. And we are at this point in time in Ravnica. And last time, the party fought off an attempted assassination by something awful that was in Elora's room trying to murderize her. And then the party began trying to spread out across the city to track down clues about that. They got sidetracked with a little bit of shopping, sidetracked with a little bit of pairing off for drinks. And then one of the party members finally had a contact that was known to him reveal that a mutual contact is interested in seeing him. That would be Oyohusa, and his contact is the woman who I believe called herself Bethry, that introduced him to essentially his quartermaster in his guild, and said that the quartermaster would like to see him at his earliest convenience. And we sort of left it off as the party was headed back for the evening to their quarters. So if there's nothing that anybody particularly needs to do in the evening, we will just say that we will advance the timeline to the morning of the next day. And we will open with our party members in the communal dining area of the let me go ahead and move this to roll 20.
Doesn't Oyo have someone to meet at night?
Was a little ambiguous as to when. Oyo could choose to do that at night, but so that's a good point though. So let me go back and let me just pause instead of presuming and say, after the group returns to the diplomatic quarters on that evening, is there anything anyone wants to do before turning in for the night?
Nope, I got my stuff done.
First
Okay.
off, I think maybe we should stay in pairs when it comes to sleeping arrangements, as we do not want a repeat of last time.
Okay. They, the house staff can help out with that. There are king-sized, Ravnican king-sized beds, which basically is a huge affair, that can comfortably sleep a family of 8 without anyone ever touching anybody.
So Elora gets a bigger bed?
No, all of you have a bed like that. And that's in the large rooms. I'm going to go ahead and move us over and remind us about what the bedrooms look like. And the house staff is happy to bring, like if you guys want to double up in rooms and each have your own sleeping area, they can bring in a cot or something that can go in another part of the room, because there's obviously plenty of room here. The actual beds themselves are too big to be moved around without being disassembled and moved and reassembled. Mainly regardless of how strong people are, it's mainly because they can't fit through doorways without being taken apart. So there's that option. Adamant, of course, is able to stand in a corner of somebody's room
Yep.
and just, like creepy R2D2, watch them while they sleep.
Galibar has a comfy bear-skinned bedroll, so he
Yeah.
just
Okay, so he could take that bedroll and go into someone's room and sleep on the floor with that. So Galibar will make that suggestion, and that's free for everyone to discuss.
I am. If Elora is uncomfortable with sleeping with anybody else, I can do it.
I personally do not want to go back in that room after what happened the other day, and then the other day on top of that. I still stand by my point. I don't think it's safe to be alone.
All right. For some odd reason, they've given me a room. You can use it. I don't really need it.
Sorry, what did you say?
You can use my room. I don't particularly need it. And I can just stand by the window.
Laura will smirk teasingly and say, which means you're inviting me to your bedroom?
That's what I did. Isn't it? Looks sounds perplexed. Thought I was quite clear.
Sorry, someone was yelling at me in the background.
I heard it.
Laura will go into his bedroom with understanding boundaries. I'm sorry.
No, and with Adamant, yes, Adamant has no concept of why there would need to be boundaries, because if he ever wanted another Warforged, he would just make one himself.
Yep, exactly.
Or he would go and talk to the priests of Moradin and Gond and the Izzet League and have them collaborate on one if he wanted what amounts to Warforged genetic diversity.
I mean, heck, he could just have them. He could probably just if it's possible, he could probably just have them make him a new, better body and just transfer his soul into that body if he wanted to.
Yeah. Or if he wanted a Adamant Junior to
Make
pass
a
on
little
his wisdom.
buddy.
Little Warforged.
I'm just picturing that movie Robots.
Yes.
Okay. Baby.
Okay, so let's go ahead and say that we have the arrangement set. Elora will stay in Adamant's room. Adamant will stand guard in that room because he never... if Elora hasn't been with the party long enough to notice this yet, Adamant just sort of stays standing upright in a corner when he shuts down. He doesn't ever really recline anywhere or lay prone anywhere. He just sort of powers down in a corner. And
he's always aware.
Yeah, always aware. And
Even
if that...
she'll probably realize this. She'll probably get a blanket whenever he's powering down and wrap it around his neck so it looks like he has a cape so he's warm.
Okay, all right, that's cool. And then, so for another room, are we going to say that Galibar would take his bedroll and go crash on the floor in Oyohusa's room? Or would Galibar want them to fix up a cot for him?
Galibar is more than fine sleeping on a bedroll on the floor.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
I think
right.
we'll all just stay in the same room.
Oh, okay. All right. So they bring a cot in for Oyo. Elora takes the bed. Galibar has his bedroll, and they and we go until the next morning. And the night passes uneventfully. Then the following morning, it's time for breakfast. So, what would the team like to do when it comes to breakfast in the morning? Discussions, anything that you particularly want to talk about over
Well,
breakfast?
I think at this point we're just waiting to find out about the different plane about home and this plane to see if they've got the issues that Adamant pointed out with the diagram.
Hmm. Well,
Galibar's just at the food table, just carb overloading, like usual.
Okay. All right.
Elio's drinking tea and reading the Ravnica paper, whatever that thing's called.
Okay. The Ravnican Times. You read about some different initiatives that have to do with esoteric changes in the tax code for Ravnica. You read that the Senate is debating about some measures regarding the Union of Sanitation Workers. You read that there is that over in District 19, there has been a breakthrough in negotiations between the Simic Combine and the Selesnya Conclave, where they are now going to experiment with growing crops in a particular hydroponic greenhouse in District 19, where the actual plants themselves will have Simic Combine implants that are designed to promote and enhance the growth and nutrition in the fruit. And there are some people that are protesting that, and there are other people who think that's wonderful. And the Izzet League seems to think that they were left out of those discussions unfairly because, the Izzet probably could have come up with even more interesting things that they could do to the plants in terms of modifications.
We're gonna get tomatoes that have tails and the manta glide ability.
So that's kind of what's in the morning paper today. Now let me see. Last time, we ended with that scene in the restaurant last time, right? Where Oyo is getting the information from his contact.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we did.
Okay. All right.
Elora thought she was going to a nice jazz bar, and I was moonlighting some espionage shit.
Yeah. And Adamant, you were interested in following up with people about the similarities in the planar overlays where there might be some sort of cryptic symbol by some outfit that is bent on doing harm to various different planes of existence. Pete?
I forgot I muted myself when the wife came in. That is correct.
Okay. All right. And anything in specific other than having breakfast that Galibar plans to do for the day? Is he gonna go do some training
He is
or
probably going to do his daily exercise routine, which
okay?
when he gets to do it, it consists of basically running around the entire district.
Okay.
300 push-ups, 300 sit-ups, and maybe some like some lifts or whatever the pull-ups on whatever he can find to do pull-ups on, and then
Okay.
he will probably go, unless something interrupts him, he will probably go and meditate near the world tree.
Okay. All right. On the last visit that you guys were here in Ravnica, he occasionally would go over and spar with the Boros Legion. Does he have any plans
Oh
to
yeah,
do any more of
he
that?
would. I completely forgot he did that. So yeah, he will probably go and do that.
Okay. All right. They are always happy to see him, and we'll just say that that he's had a chance to get a sparring match each day, and they keep throwing somebody that's supposed to be better and better fighters against him, and Galibar keeps winning them practically, hardly not even breaking a sweat. And so they have promised that next time he comes back, they're gonna send one of their toughest champions to spar with him and see if they can actually win in that contest of the first 1 to 3 hits. So that will be something he can look forward to.
I mean, eventually he's just going to be facing the leader of the Boros League.
Yeah, they might actually do something where they actually put him in an arena against an angel or something like that at some point. Where, can anybody get 3 hits on this guy?
It's a
All right.
thought out of it. Yeah.
All right, so let's start with a knock on the door as you all are finishing up breakfast.
Adamant will open the door.
Well, actually, the butler, will open the door.
Oh.
And the butler opens the door and admits a familiar face along with an unfamiliar face. The familiar face is Chandler Duran, and the unfamiliar face is a human who is a law mage that is part of the staff of Senator Gallia, and the law mage is law mage on Senator Gallia's staff, and his name is Krivex. And Krivex has some, they're bringing basically the sketches and diagrams that Adamant has of the two different planes with the kind of the overlay of the symbols. And Krivex says, or Chandler introduces Krivex, and Chandler says, Krivex is one of our law mages who specializes in the litigation of crimes that deal with arcane energies. And he wanted to ask a few questions to help him delve into research to see if this is something that has ever been encountered before. And
All right.
it might help the Azoria Senate figure out maybe if they have any clues as to who might be behind this.
Oh, well. Adam's gonna clear space on the table.
Okay. And Krevik says, yes, I'm so appreciative. I'm so appreciative that you brought this to our attention. It just really is an important potential finding. And so let's see, yes, I did. Oh, well, okay. All right, come on, you. Just get out of there. All right. So we will move the. All right. So he comes over and he will roll out the map of the plane of
Innistrad?
No, this is the plane of Ravnica. And with the various different districts of the city on it. And he says, well, as I'm looking here at the at this particular information, I am seeing that it is quite there's quite a bit of overlap and quite a bit of what shall you say? You shall say coincidence between locations across Ravnica and locations on this arcane glyph that you have overlaid. And I am wondering if you have traveled to any of the other districts and if you have seen anything that makes you suspicious of particular places in those districts before.
He pulls out the map of Innistrad that they drew that they discovered the symbol on in the first place.
Okay.
Lays it out next to it.
Okay.
This is where we first encountered it. It was being used by a cult that was following demons.
Interesting.
As you can see, it also had areas where it lined up as well.
Yes, very interesting. And okay, where did it put it though? Because I restored it. Now I need to find out where it put it. Oh, come on. There we go. There you are. So you roll out
The
this
map
map
of
here.
Innistrad.
Yep. This map here. And you line up the information. I'll go ahead and pull this over here. All right, and we will put this to a 40%. And then he looks at how you guys drew out sort of the areas on the map where they overlaid, and he's, oh yes, and he sort of takes the drawing of the symbol, which they have put on like an onion skin paper by this point, and he moves it back and forth between the different maps, and he says, yes, I see how these line up. And you were in several of these places in Innistrad, yes?
Yes, we were.
Okay, so you were primarily, from the reports I've read, you primarily spent time in the province they call Kessig.
Yes, we spent time there. We found it. We found the original symbol in. Where was it? What town was that?
I think it was. I think it was Lambholt where you found it, because it was when you guys were underground.
Yeah, we found the symbol here, and he points at Lambholt, and under the city, or under the town.
And while you were there, you also visited this Avabrook, or what they call Hollowhenge now.
Yes.
And I think at one point you got over towards the bog here in the east, but you never went as far as this town over here, did you?
No, we did not make it there.
Okay. Well, what were the sorts of resonant energies that you were encountering there? Did it seem to be more energies of a, would you say like a necrotic nature, or an abjuration nature, or an illusion nature? What kind of magic do you think primarily we're dealing with here?
This is definitely a combination of demonic and necrotic.
Oh dear. So perhaps.
The cult itself is demonic in nature. We actually have names to go off of that.
Yes.
I can't be the only one that assumes Rakdos has a hand.
This is not something there. From everything that I've heard, Rakdos is closely watched.
Well, yes, Rakdos is watched, but there have always been rumors about them, and there have been some strange disappearances over the years, but nothing of a consistent pattern. Nothing that would lead us to suspect them to be behind any kind of organized, long-reaching plot. They tend to act for the sake of spectacle. Short-term, immediate, reactionary spectacle, and not long and developed plans that take years or months to unfold.
I still don't trust him. And stuff.
Okay, so yes, I am. So if we're looking at, something that would be demonic, that would indicate something from the different planes, perhaps magic, kind of like conjuration and necromantic together. That would be a potent thing. All right, well, we must presume that if it's the same organization behind this in both of the planes, then they would use similar modus operandi. So we will have to get our detectives out and look for strong resonances of where there's an intersection of conjuration and necrotic magic. I will pass the word along to the Liev column and have them notify their counterparts in the other districts across Ravnica to take a look in the different districts that were indicated from your map, which to me would seem to be the most likely culprits are the looks like it would be maybe in the 4th district and the 9th district, and then also looking outside of the districts in the Red Wastes and the Reclamation Zone. Okay, well, that will take some time to get people that far out, but we will take a look. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. That's helpful.
Would Adam be able to remember what the circle that they used to summon the demon in was? The Codrule fella?
Oh yeah, he would be able to remember the details of that circle.
And so he will sketch that out as well with notes.
Okay, and he looks at that and he says, "Oh, no. How do you feel like this was connected?"
This was used to communicate with the demon in charge.
Oh,
Marks where the candles were and all that jazz.
oh, so it was kind of like a portal for communication, if you will.
Yes.
Interesting.
His name was Codrule.
Codrule. He looks at Oyohusa. Yes.
Have you researched that name, or where he possibly comes from?
Codrule. I think that was in your notes, and I would have to go check with the researchers and see what they have come up with, if they have learned anything about him. I believe you mentioned that he claimed to hold some sway in planes where death and shadow rule, something like that.
That is correct. Did you, outside character, did you ever get a type up for the stuff that I looked up at the library? Or did I not find anything?
Did I not send that to you?
I don't think so.
Okay. I'll have to double check because I know I put together a few things, and I'll have to see if I put together something. I know that was on my list of things to work on, and if I did not yet, then I will send it to you during the week this week to give you some additional information on that. So he scribbles some notes about having the researchers look up more on this code rule, or asking the researchers what they have found about code rule, and he will then say, "Is there anything else that you can think of that might be helpful for us? Anything unusual other than the assassination attempts that your group has suffered?"
What was the which district was the one that was basically DM?
I'm sorry, you cut off at the end. Which district was what?
Which district was the one that was basically destroyed and turned into a room?
Oh, that was in Innistrad, and that was the town of Avabrook, which became Hollowhenge.
No, I'm talking about here, the one where we went to. That at least Oyo went and saw the. It was one of the first places we checked because they were told us not to go there.
Oh, when you were here the time before,
Yeah.
District 4. District 4 is on the border of this red wastes, which they colloquially here call the rubble belt. Whoops, no, that's not the one I want. I want this one. There we go. Precinct 4 is on the border of the rubble belt, and then out beyond that, if you look at a map of the entire plain, out beyond that are these ruins out here. And then beyond those ruins are the red wastes. But this whole area here between these ruins and the northern part of Precinct 4 in the 10th district is known as the Rubble Belts. Yes, that area there.
Did they say that they were going to check that place?
Yes, they're going to check, and then because you all have an indicator up here that there's something going on there, they're going to check even beyond that. But of course, that means sending people out. And these hexes, I'm not sure if there's a key on here. I think I worked out that each of these hexes is something like 50 miles or something. So it's just a huge area to go out and double check.
Okay. He was just going to recommend it if they hadn't said that they were going to go there.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, if you ask about it, he says, "Oh, yes, it's on our list of places to investigate." And he said, "But before we commit resources out there, I just wanted to know if there was particular energy signatures they should be looking for. And your friend Adamant here has been most helpful with that." He says, "Thank you, Adamant, and thank all of you. We grieve for your loss of your companion, and we appreciate everything you have done to help us."
When you
We
go
hope
check
that-
these, be careful.
Oh, yes. We have known ever since ever since the intelligence came in that that our one-time ally, Jacinda Velassan, would be, responsible in some way for a serious attack against our city, then we have always been on the lookout for trouble. And by the way, be careful how you say that name, because apparently your iOS device will confuse something that I said with invoking the name of the assistant built into iOS. So it was beeping at me saying, "Hey, what do you want to know?"
My Bixby gets set up for some weird stuff too. Don't feel bad.
Yeah. All right. So, they spend maybe an hour or so there talking to you guys, and then they take off.
Well, now that that's covered, do you mind if I join you, Galibar?
On my exercise,
Sure.
I'm not sure how it could help you, but
Well, we shouldn't travel alone, yes?
up with me while I'm running.
So I will join you. And
Okay. Well, the two of you can take off and go running on the calisthenics around the city. And while you all are doing that, or around the district, I should say, while you all are doing that, let's move the camera back to Oyohusa. So, Oyo, when would Oyo think about going and trying to pay a visit to his quartermaster, his contact?
Probably right after that meeting, after Galibar and Galibar and Adamant go do their training.
Okay, and would you be wanting to go meet with that person alone, or would you want to have somebody go with you?
I don't mind going alone. It's fine.
Okay, all right, then just roll me a stealth check, because at least what's been advocated in the presence of everybody's hearing by both Galibar and Adamant is that everybody should always kind of have a buddy when they go out. So you find a time when Elora is sort of talking to the staff, and you slip away, and somehow you manage to even get down the hall and out of the building without any of the Boros Legion guards noticing that you have left. And by the time, Elora, by the time you realize that all three of Adamant, Oyohusa, and Galibar have all left the diplomatic quarters, they're kind of long gone. Because the 27 way beats the passive perception.
It's just saying that everyone left her in the I keep on wanting to call it a dormitory, but basically where they're staying. She'll try and help out the staff and talk to them and just.
Oh yeah, the staff is there, and you know that the guards are outside, and there's most of the guards are human. There may be like a half elf or an elf guard out there. There's male and female guards, and then you have the butler, the cook, and the chambermaid, and they are all human, all very good at what they do, and willing to chat with the people that they serve. And they specialize in basically doing what is needed and being out of the way when they are not needed. They just seem to have this like sort of sixth sense of servants that, when it's time for the principals to talk, they just sort of fade into the scenery. Uh, and not in a way that makes anybody think that they're listening to them, but genuinely in a way that's like, okay, we're giving you guys space, and we're just going to be out of the way. But if they see that you are there and wanting to interact and talk with them, they're happy to do that. So Oyohusa, you head over to the location that Bethry had given you before, where you met with your quartermaster. And again, when you reach the residence, there is a there are the guards outside, and you give them the same sort of information you gave them before, and they pass you through and on into the elevator, and you head down to the lab below. And this time, actually, when you approach the house, you notice that there is a very fancy carriage there. And this very fancy carriage has some, it looks like something that somebody really important, like perhaps the man of the house, would probably ride in. So you probably get the impression that the owner of the house is home, as opposed to last time when he was away on some errand. But you pass through and go down, and when you get down to the lower level, you get down to the lower level, you are brought before, or you appear in the lab, and you see your friend Osferd Arnai, or Arnace, and he is there again, and he says, "Oh, it's great to see you. Hey, I wanted to show you something really cool that we got in our hands yesterday. Something that you might be interested in learning more about." And he takes you over to one of the sealed off laboratory rooms, and there are 2 or 3 kind of arcane technicians in there, along with a couple of rather dangerous looking people standing in the corners that are loaded with all kinds of weapons and are wearing some rather sophisticated looking armor. And he says, "Well, we're not quite sure exactly what we're dealing with, but we know it's potentially dangerous. So we're just having, we've got the beef here in case anything goes wrong." And he raps on the door, and the technician looks up and waves him in. And when you walk in, you see that out there on the table between the technicians, there are 2 items. One of the items is a really, really incredibly ornate and very familiar looking dagger like this. It's a dagger that you've seen very recently as yesterday.
Indeed.
And you know that Adamant actually turned this over to investigators from either the Boros or the Azoria Senate. And now somehow it's wound up in the hands of your quartermaster.
Dare I ask how you got this so quickly?
Oh, do you really have to ask?
I mean, won't they be looking for it?
Well, it just so happens that the technician in the Azoria Senate, in the Lay of Column, that was assigned to investigate this, it just happens that he's one of mine. So he turned it over for a full analysis, a more complete analysis, let's say, than they would be willing to do in the Azorius Senate.
What have you found out? Because I'm getting kind of pissed off at these fuckers trying to assassinate me and my friends.
Yes, I can imagine that you would be. I would be quite annoyed with that myself if I were you. And then, of course, the other item they have is the crystal orb. And he will call your attention to let's go over here. Okay. He will call your attention to a to a few little marks on the blade that kind of indicate the way the metal was folded and constructed. And he says, well, I've actually discovered something that was a bit of a surprise to me, and quite frankly, a little disturbing. Although I shouldn't be terribly surprised. Do you see the way this metal has been folded? The metal of this blade has been folded, and he points out a couple of the marks there. That is a hallmark of Demir trained metalsmiths. So my hunch is that this weapon, and quite possibly we will find this crystal orb, were actually made by one of the factions within the Demir.
So you're saying that, or possibly my own faction is trying to kill me?
Oh, no, not your own faction. You see, I'm not supposed to know some of these things, but I've been around a long time, and I've talked to enough people that I've figured out how the Demir actually work and how they remain so secretive. You see, I'm supposed to only know of a few other operatives within the Demir. There are the people who report to me, there are the people I report to, and I may know one person above my immediate superior, just in case there's ever a special job that needs to be done that my superior is not supposed to know about. But who those people report to and how they interact with the central power structure of the Dimir is supposed to remain a mystery to me. But if you've ever looked at the Dimir symbol, do you know how it kind of vaguely represents a spider with 8 different legs? I have come to believe that those 8 legs correspond to 8 different factions with different goals and different motives that are all part of the Dimir and that are not supposed to know what each other is actually doing. But I learned a couple of years ago that there is one faction that is dedicated to undermining the Azorius Senate and the Boros Legion. And they will often carry out plots that are meant to embarrass and foil the goals and the plans of the Azorius. And if I were in that faction, I would happen to think that one of the best ways they could foil the plans of the Azorius would be to murder ambassadors that the Azorius has brought here. That would be a huge embarrassment to them, don't you think?
I would think so, yes.
But it comes to my attention from certain information you and your allies have passed along to Senator Gallia. She's a very dedicated member of the Azorius Senate, and she trusts her staff implicitly, which is why it's so easy for me to get eyes and ears in her organization. But anyway, I have learned from Senator Gallia's staff that you all have encountered demonic powers in not one but 2 additional realms. And one of those realms claimed to be part of a network that was working to bring down death and destruction, perhaps across multiple planes. I believe that the name Kodrul came to my attention. Does that sound familiar?
Indeed. What did you find out?
Well, they are just finishing up some tests on this orb, and if my guess is correct, they will find demonic energy signatures in that orb. And as he finishes speaking, he looks over at the technicians, and one of them is clearly doing some sort of magical ritual, and finishes and just stares at the orb for a few moments, and then looks up and nods and says, as I suspected, demonic energy signatures, yes? And nodded and said, the other one nods and says, yes, there are signatures here that are consistent with demons that are on a par with a demon that we are all familiar with here in Ravnica. And that would be the demon Rakdos, who is head of the Rakdos Guild. Now, we know enough about him to realize that this is not his fingerprints, So he is not behind this. But all demons have a type. They all have a common origin from whence they are. I don't know how demons reproduce, whence they are spawned or their spores or whatever the hell they do. It would not surprise me if a demon on a par with Rakdos himself created this orb. And if that's the case, then that demon is probably working with somebody in House Demir who means to bring down the Azorius Senate. And quite frankly, that's a bit disturbing to me.
I see. And tell me once again, how do you think the faction in this Demir organization is working with some extraplanar demon?
It is like
Lost you.
contact that has been cultivated.
What'd you say? You broke up.
Side of my immediate chain of command is doing.
I didn't hear you. You were breaking up.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Let me verify everything. Yep, it looks like everything is okay on my internet here. He says, we Demir are so secretive, and our individual purposes are so well shielded from others in our guild that it is hard for me to know what any one operative may be up to if they are outside of my immediate command structure. But I would not put it past an enterprising Demir to cultivate a relationship with demonic powers. Probably not directly with someone on the par with Rakdos, but with a demon who serves a demon who serves a demon who is on that level. And might help them gain a position of authority within their arm of House Demir, if you will, and be able to then sort of infiltrate and gain weaponry that would help them in their quest against the Azorius Senate. I believe that with a couple of more tests that they are doing right now on the metallurgy of that dagger, that we may be able to find out where the forge is that the weapon was created. And indeed, as you look, there's a device that seems kind of like a kiln over there, and it's got some sort of a black glass window above the kiln, and there are some dials and some levers and stuff on there. And one of the technicians has been over there, and they flip some dials, and there are some images that appear on that black glass, and they look like various different lines, and then there's some wavy lines that appear, and then finally there's this little red dot that appears at a point about 2/3 of the way across the black glass and about 1/3 of the way up. And that red dot begins just pinging in one place. And the technician, she says, Boss, I think I got it. And Osfred says, oh, good. And he waves Oyohusa, come, let's take a look. And so you go over, and she shows what looks like a bunch of squiggly lines going right to left or left to right across this black glass, and this red dot is pinging right between two of them. And for you, it just looks like a grid that has a bunch of squiggly lines on it and a red dot on it. And Osfred points to that and says, oh, very clever. Very clever. That tells me that the forge where this was created is in the Undercity beneath District 5. And it looks like it's probably underneath the university itself.
Under the university.
Yes, it's probably masquerading and probably is used by the university as a place where they conduct research on, arcane principles or energy sources, or, could be one of a half dozen other things. But within that lab, there is a forge. And that forge is the one that's used to produce this particular dagger. I'm sure of it, based on the metallurgy signature from here.
What do you suppose they do?
Well, I would say that we can. I would say that you should go to the university and you should look underneath it. I would advise not going alone. I would take your companions with you. And if there's anyone in the city that you can trust, I might tell them where you're headed and have them come as backup or be ready as backup. I'm sure that you would not. I'm sure that you don't know me well enough to trust me on this yet. But, I will be very interested in what you find out. And who knows, I may have some agents in the area that could help if you get into a spot of trouble. But can you really count on that? He gives you a little smile.
Probably not. I see the owner of the house is in today.
Yes. He is. And so I would advise just leaving by the same way you came in. Even if someone does attempt to divert you, my dear sister loves playing dangerously. And in this case, I would not like to see her fail at the game that she is in. It would be a heartbreak to me to lose my sister. And I genuinely think that you and I might be able to eventually come to terms where we can be a great help to each other.
Indeed. Well, I'll see what I can do about the university. We might be leaving for another mission.
Mm-hmm.
but I don't know. I'll stay in touch.
And as you guys are just about to finish, over there across the room where the elevator is, the little gem above the elevator lights up, and the doors open, and you see a gnome walk out. And this gnome is probably not one that you are familiar with. And since you're by yourself, there is not a gnome that is, or not anybody in your party that would recognize this gnome. But Osfred sees this person coming and says, well, this is a pleasant surprise. But then he turns to the others. He says, did one of you summon him? And the leader of the group of technicians says, well, we saw something that looked a little bit suspicious on this globe. We thought he might be able to help us. And so the gnome comes over and walks over to the room and raps on the door, and they wave him in. And he comes in, and Osfred says, oh, welcome, Oyohusa. I would like you to meet another one of my colleagues in the Demir. This is Fropas Slinbus. He is the director of an Is-It League lab. And he helps us out from time to time when we find, when we find things that we can't quite identify. And Fropas walks up, and immediately he reaches out a hand to Oyohusa, and as you whether you reach out a hand to shake his or not, even before you can, his eyes are drawn to the table, and he goes, "Oh," he says, "why do you have that plasmagenic stasis chamber there?" And the rest of them, the technicians, they go, "What?" And he points to the crystal sphere, and he says, "Yeah, that looks exactly like a plasmagenic stasis chamber. We use them in the Is-It League all the time." And the lab techs go, "Oh, really?" And he says, "Yeah, can I see that?" And Osfred shrugs his shoulders, and one of the technicians picks up the orb and hands it to him. And the little gnome takes the orb, and then he fishes out a little headband and puts it on his head. And you can see that in front of one eye, it's got a large dial, and this dial has a number of different lenses on it. And he looks at this thing, and he twists the lenses, and he inspects the orb and turns it and inspects the orb. And he says, "Oh yeah, this is a plasmagenic stasis chamber, all right, but it's been modified."
Which means what exactly?
Well, normally, he says, normally the plasmagenic stasis chambers are used to contain highly volatile substances that absolutely cannot come into contact with any other material, or they will explode violently. But this one, the resonance frequency in here has been altered. And if I had to be pressed, and I've never seen anything quite like it before, but if I had to be pressed on it, I would say that this orb is designed to hold like some kind of spiritual energy or something. I don't know, like spiritual life force or something like that.
You mean like souls?
Oh, yeah. I suppose it could be. I suppose it could be used to hold souls. I never tried to create anything that would hold a soul before. I wonder. There's a Warforged I know. I wonder if maybe if I scanned his build, if there would be some kind of resonance of the same thing. Because aren't Warforged supposed to have a soul? I don't know.
Who was this guy again? I'm sorry.
He's a little gnome from the Izzet League. Supposedly from the Izzet League, but apparently he knows your quartermaster as well.
I see. Well, what do you think its main purpose is beyond that? Is it a weapon?
No, it's probably more like a transit device. Like something you would temporarily store. If we're in what we're talking about, if you would store a soul in here to take it from one place to another and then release it.
I see. So it's not a power source. It's a storage container, if you will.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of a thermos? Izzet League, we invented a thermos a few thousand years ago. I don't know if they have them where you come from. It's the most amazing invention. It's you put something hot in it and it stays hot. You put something cold in it and it stays cold. And I've never even figured out how it knows whether it's supposed to be hot or cold, but it does. So it keeps the hot stuff hot, keeps the cold stuff cold. So yeah, that's kind of like what this, in a very crude sense, that's what this is designed to do. You put a soul in here, or maybe more than one, and you take it somewhere and you let it go.
Any way to tell how much energy is stored in this orb currently?
Oh, this one, it's empty. There's nothing in here now. The resonant glow that you see there, that's just sort of the medium that the soul would exist in. Sort of something to keep it alive, but there's no life force in here now.
I see. So those two objects would not be very useful to me. Speaking of being useful, do you have anything in this damn workshop that is useful for me on my missions?
And Osford says, well, as for the mission that you're going on, we've already given you the Sunsword, but other than that, no. And then the gnome says, oh, well, I presume you're going to be trying to figure out where these things would be going, right? And he holds up the orb.
Yes, that is the goal.
Oh, well. And he fishes into his robes and he pulls out a little device that looks like it looks like a locket. It's like a square locket. And it's got a hinged cover on it. And when you open up the hinged cover, it is this like milky white, looks like a milky white stone that's there. And then he says, all right, now take that and hold it next to this orb. And so you do, and you hold it next to the orb. And he says, now, you see that little pin on the side? Push that pin in and hold it. And so you push the pin in and you hold it. And for a couple of seconds, nothing seems to happen. And then that milky orb, or that milky surface, seems to move a little bit, and it finally resolves into into an arrow. And the arrow then turns and points right at the orb. And he says, all right, good. Well, that's the first part. And then he says, now I'm going to set it so that it will attract, or that it will track whatever this is supposed to be paired with. And so he reaches up and he taps that same pin, and there's like a little pattern that he uses to tap it. And he, will pinch it, release it, pinch it, release it, and then tap, 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 tap. And then he pinches it again, and he finally releases it, and he says, okay, there. And indeed, when he hands the locket back to you, you look and that same arrow is there, but now instead of pointing towards the orb, it has swung around and it is now pointing vaguely to the southeast. And if you're thinking about the geography of the 10th district, the southeast is sort of over towards Precinct 5, so towards the university. And he says, all right, so you guys take this and you follow it. It should lead you to that area. Now you see the arrow right now is mostly white with a little black outline. The closer you get, the darker that arrow will get, and when it gets completely dark, completely black, you'll know you're right on top of whatever it is you're looking for.
I see. Would it be unwise for me to go there by myself, or what do you think?
And both Osford and Fropass look at you, and they look at each other, and they look at you, and they say, yeah, absolutely, that would be suicidal. I would definitely, Osford says, I would definitely take the rest of your party with you. And as I said, anybody that you believe you can trust.
I'll see what I can do. I have to get back before I'm noticed that I'm missing.
Very good. Very good. And
I will try to slip out and avoid his sister.
okay. Yeah. Okay. Roll me a stealth check on your way out. Okay. Yeah. You managed to get out, and in fact, as you are leaving, you actually catch sight down over there in what looks like a large living room, and there's an opening that heads towards probably like a dining room or something. You see his sister with her back turned to you, and she is arm in arm with a very imposing looking person that probably is her husband, at least the way that she's holding to his arm and touching his arm. It's, kind of the affectionate way a doting wife um, would treat her beloved husband. And they are apparently heading into that dining room, and neither one of them, turns and takes any notice of you. So you slip out and you make your way, presumably back to the diplomatic quarters.
Yeah, that sounds fine.
Okay. All right. And on the way back there, we have Elora. So is there anything in particular you would want to find out from the house staff?
Not necessarily, but more information on teas and what teas they have.
Oh, okay. Well, the cook seems to be an aficionado, and she says, "Oh, that's lovely. Somebody else who enjoys tea. I so appreciate it every time the group comes here, because that Oyohusa, he's such a connoisseur, if you will, and
I know he got me into teas too. Like, they're delicious little things, aren't they?
oh yes, they are, in such varieties. Now, I happen to be very fond of the teas that are soothing at nighttime for sleep. Um, and Oyosa was telling me all about those, but I believe he actually prefers the ones that, if I remember correctly, he prefers the ones that you drink in the morning to get you focused and get your energy up. I always find I am raring to go in the morning, and the problem I have is sometimes falling asleep at night. So the very soothing and relaxing teas are the ones that I gravitate towards.
Laura will think about it in a moment, being caught up in her thoughts, saying maybe she should start drinking that tea at night that he's talking about.
And she says, "Oh yes, yes, I have, and it has helped me. It has helped me greatly get more restful and more regular sleep. Uh, so I must tell him while he's here this time how much that has been helpful to me." And so then she'll go on and she'll talk about the various districts where they have the hydroponic tea orchards, and some of what she's learned about the different herbal varieties, and essence of different flavors and olfactory additives that they have added to give different aromas and hints of flavor to the teas that they grow.
And Elora would be making a note of every single tea factory that they have.
Okay.
Because she
All
wants to go drag the team there to go visit them.
Okay. Okay. So she will tell you about those different ones and say that it would be marvelous, and that perhaps someday she could accompany you all, and um, if your group is ever going to go on a holiday to visit different tea plantations across Ravnica, she would love to accompany you on that. So, Galibar and Adamant, you guys are at a okay, you guys are at a are finishing up your rounds around the city, and then you head over to one of the. Let's see, where is this? One of the. Arena. No. Do. No. Okay. All right. Well, we're just going to. Okay, we're going to bring you to this. Arena here, and there is a place where they have a kind of a fighting area set up, and you see that there's a number of Boros around, and the okay, let's see. Okay, come on. Okay.
Question.
There we go. Okay, there's a commander that they have that they talk about, and this is Commander. Zakred. Commander Zakred. And he has okay. And he is a person who has kind of been told about Galibar's great prowess in battle, and is very much looking forward to testing himself against the against this person. And so he is armored. He is armored with plate mail, and he has he does not wear a shield, and he has a large two-handed flail that he wields. And this flail is, it's got a handle or a haft that's maybe maybe about 2 feet long, enough for him to wield it with 2 hands. And then it's got chains with 3 spiked metal weighted balls at the end of it. And that appears to be what he is going to fight with. And he will say, "So, Galibar, I've heard a lot about you. It's said that you have bested everyone that you have faced so far in the arena. I wonder if you will be able to best me."
Well, there's only one way to find out, sir.
Okay.
I wouldn't mind to try it myself.
Well,
But Galibar first.
yes, we will have to see how I fare against your Galibar. So, shall we say that the first 1 to 3 strikes will win?
Sure.
Okay. Well, let me go ahead and. Oh, whoops! I forgot to put his name there for you guys to see. All right. So he's called Commander Zokred, and we'll go ahead and roll an initiative. Let me make sure. Yes.
What race is he again?
He appears to be human. But he is a rather tall human.
Apparently, Galibar feels like letting him go first.
Yeah, maybe he does. So let's.
Why is it saying I have disadvantage? It shouldn't be saying I have advantage, but it's rolling 2. But it took the lowest. That's weird.
You might have to go look at your sheet there and adjust that.
It saying it's weird. That actually should be. No, that's correct. It's just not a nat 1.
Yeah. The advantage rolls on that is weird.
So. All right. So he gets to go first. And after you all agree with the pleasantries, let me see what it is. 5, 10, 15, 20. Yeah, okay. 25. Yeah, he can move 25 with his heavy armor. And he will come up and he will actually make 3 flail attacks as he moves in. And so the first flail attack is a 16. Second is a 28.
Oof.
The third is a 28. Oof. Wow.
What the? I can't even shield those.
And then he deals the damage, which is not horrible damage. Let's see. The damage is this. And so 12 points from the first one and 8 points from the second one. Okay, so he hits twice and he says, "Ah, yes." And as he fights, he says, "Okay, I see. I have been told that you fought in the arena, and I can see where you have honed your skills. But I must tell you that as you move to dodge my blows, there is a tell with the way that you bend your left knee before you dodge, and that helps me to anticipate which direction you're going. When you have a chance, you want to try to work on being more deceptive in your when your movements, so that your opponent cannot detect which way you go. Of course, now I have been training soldiers for 20 years, so I know these little things to look for. Many of your opponents may not have that advantage. And so then he's ready for you to take your turn.
DM, I have a question.
Sure.
What would be the ruling for me to use my dragon breath? Would that be against the rules?
According to what these guys have seen, no, because they typically do live fire training, and they know that your enemy is not always going to fight fair, if you will.
Okay. Then I will rage, and I will try to hit him twice with axe.
Okay. And both of those hit.
And then I will try to use my dragon breath. That's a constitution check, right?
Okay, and that's a bonus action.
Yes.
And yeah, okay.
That's how you had ruled it.
Yeah.
Does
I
an
thought
18
that's how
succeed?
An 18 Constitution check. Oh yes, that succeeds.
Then he has to make a DC. It's going off my constitution, right? Or
Well, dragon breath is what? Is that because
it's a
the
dexterity save. I'm just wondering what my DC is going to be.
Oh yeah, your DC would be your what is it? 8 plus your con bonus plus your I think plus your
Proficiency, I think.
proficiency. Yeah.
So yeah, DC 16 dexterity
DC
save.
16 dexterity save. Okay, so he's got a +2 bonus for his dexterity.
Fail.
And he does
Yes!
fail. Okay, so go ahead and roll your damage from the
2d6. So 4 cold damage.
Okay. And that is the third hit. And the commander goes he backs up a step and he says, "Oh, very well played, Galibar. I was not sure. I thought that I may have had you on the ropes there, but it seems that everything they have said about your prowess in battle is true. And it's even though now I see the scales, I was not thinking that you would be one who can employ such a trick on the battlefield." And he turns to the recruits and the trainers and the other soldiers that are around, and he says, "You see, you can never judge your opponents by what your eyes tell you. You must be ready for everything. And I overlooked a detail that might have given me a clue. Remember to use every single detail that you see in your opponents before you take to the field of battle." And they're all like, "Sir, yes, sir." And so he looks over to Adamant and he says, "Adamant, I believe you were interested in sparring."
Oh, yes. I've recently learned new things, and best way to master them is to use them. Yes.
Oh, of course. That is by all means the best way of using of learning your new skills, is to put them to the test. And he says, give me a few minutes with the medics to get healed back up. And so he goes over to the medics, and they put a couple of poultices on him, and they cast a couple of spells, and they rub the flecks of ice off of his skin, and he is quickly all healed up. And Galibar, a couple of medics will come over to you, and they will quickly heal up your injuries, so you can go ahead and put yourself back at full hit points. And then Commander Zuckred will go back over to the to his side of the battlefield, and so Adamant, we can go ahead and get your token out on the.
I was fending off a cat. I'm sorry.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
He's trying to tromp across my keyboard and stuff.
Okay. Well, then he will go ahead and he will. Oops, I'm gonna remove this. He will go ahead and he will roll for initiative. And okay, so this time he gets a 4. Okay, and then I'm going to take this. I'm going to put this in descending order. And well, that's why it wasn't working, because I didn't prime it last time. Okay. Go ahead, Adamant.
Adamant will start before the fight starts. He's going to pull out the Sunforger Rapid and Cloth.
Okay.
And then come along, left room. Time to practice.
Okay.
Just tromps right up. Swing and did not mean to click on that.
21. Okay.
That's 2 hits.
Yes, that's 2 hits. For
21 damage. That's funny. It's a lot of 21s in one round.
Yeah. And when you attack twice, he seems a bit surprised. He's like, "Whoa!" He did not expect that from a cleric. And you can hear some appreciative whistles from some of the gathered soldiers that are there watching. They think that's a pretty neat trick for a cleric.
Before he uses his bonus action, he's going to say, "Are you sure you only want to go to 3 hits?"
And he says, "I believe that's probably sufficient for our demonstrations."
All right. Bonus action.
Shield strike 18. 18 is exactly his armor class. That's exactly what you need to hit him. And so he gets bopped with that shield, and he just takes a step back, and he lowers his weapon, and he says, "Well fought, sir. Well fought. You are full of surprises. Now, I heard a report from when you all were in Ravnica before that you participated in the grand melee against some of our troops, and you are not quite as potent the offensive fighter then as you appear to be now." Have you been practicing your skills?
Indeed.
And he turns to the troops, apparently using this again as another teachable moment, and he says, "You see, the cleric here. Never underestimate the power of the divine. He came to us once as a simple warforged, which, from the reports, I was not here to witness the battle myself, but a hard hitter, but rather ponderous and slow. But now, if you rely on your expectations, you must see why the paladins that follow the Boros Legion are considered among the most potent fighters in the entire military. You see the way he has been able to increase his attacks and now uses even his defensive shield as a weapon. This is something you should always be careful of when you believe that you are fighting a simple cleric. I know that the teaching is when the enemy has a cleric, you should try to deal with the cleric first to mitigate the ability of your opponent to be healed. But beware, if that cleric is trained in the arts of war, that may be more difficult than it sounds.
Indeed.
And then he salutes you, Adamant, with his weapon, and he salutes Galibar with his weapon. And he says, "Gentlemen, feel free to stay and train as much as you like." And he says, "I have some classes I must lead." And so he takes his leave, and he tries to walk away very stoically, but you can see there's a little limp where Adamant bashed him on his hip, and so he's kind of hobbling a little bit from that as he
While
leaves.
he's on the way out, Adam is gonna throw some healing magic at him.
Oh, okay, all right.
He will do a level. So I get 10 points back.
Okay. And when that happens, he stops and he turns and he nods. He says, "Thank you, sir. You're an honorable opponent."
Can't have you limping in front of your men.
And he gives you a tight smile. And then he will go ahead and walk off the field. And boink. All right. So we're coming up close to halfway through our session. We're going to be doing some... we're going to be rolling a series of checks and when we come back from break. And the series of checks is just basically going to determine how long it takes you guys to zero in on this place that Oyohusa has learned about. And I guess before we do that, we can decide if you guys want to arrange for any backup to help you before we set off in search of that location. But we'll do that when we come back. I have 5 till the top of the hour, so let's go ahead and come back at 5 after the hour. I'll put on the music like usual, and I will mute myself. And chat, thank you for hanging out with us today. We'll see if we can't have these guys locate something to fight in the second half of the session. So,
Alrighty. Go the other way, cat. I might have to have a rematch between Galibar and Adamant at some point in the future.
Yeah.
Be a little more even this time.
We were doing fist to fist.
I know, but now I have I have as many attacks. There we go. Did not want to come out right. So, a little frustrating.
The reason it was such an even match is because you're high as hell AC.
True. The big sigh. Do, 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 do.
All right, everyone. Let me go ahead and just back over here to the game chat. All right, so a few hours after everybody leaves, eventually Galibar, Adamant, and Oyohusa make their way back into the diplomatic quarters, and they find Elora and the house staff there. Elora appears to be engaging the cook in some conversations about teas. The butler and the chambermaid have finished tidying up and are sort of making themselves busy with just a bit of dusting and cleaning and whatnot. As you
Elora.
all walk in.
Elora. Where's Oyohusa?
Laura will look up at Adamant and then tilt her head for a moment, thinking if she saw him leave or not, but nah, he wouldn't leave type thing in her head. It's like, well, I'm not sure where he is. I haven't seen him in a while. He's possibly in his room. I know he was doing something in there earlier. Oh, but Adamant, have you seen this place called... Here, look at it. As she shows you the whole big list of places where she said she wanted to go.
Adamant will take the list, look it over.
It's all the tea places where tea is made.
Not something of interest to me, but Oil would surely be interested in going.
Laura will cross her arms and give him like a little bit of a glare.
He kind of tilts his head a little bit.
She won't say anything, she'll just continue to glare.
I don't drink.
Stare.
He looks over at Galibar. I'm not sure what to say at this point. I don't eat or drink. Help.
She'll look over to Galibar and say, "Have you read the list? Would you like to go?" And she'll take the list from Adamant's hand and then run over to Galibar and put it in his hands.
I've
What
been
does it
robbed.
say again?
It's all the places where the tea is made around the suppliers for this place.
I personally,
You're cutting out, Chris.
I prefer the more strong drink. Galibar says, "I'm not a big fan of tea. I prefer the much stronger."
Laura will also give him a glare across her arms once again.
I think she wants to go. I'll go. I just cannot promise interest.
Laura will smile and say, "Whoa, someone to actually go with." Oh, the maid wants to come too. The woman who gave me all these places, she wants to come along too. I'll go get Oyohusa. And she runs over to Oyo's bedroom and just continuously knocks on the door nonstop.
Come in.
She'll just continue to knock on the door.
Oyo slowly opens the door, glaring at her.
She'll hold the list up in one hand and then grab his hand by the other and rush out of his room. Okay, where to first? I hear the second one has a really strong taste, so Galibar, you might like that. But first place is closer. But the fifth one on the list, oh, she says it's just promising.
I think that we have more pressing matters to attend to. I am sorry. Our little field trip will have to wait.
And then Laura will look at Oyohu, so her face just drops with a smile and then just glares at him too.
The tea houses are not going.
And once she hears that comment, she'll slowly cross her arms.
Unless they have legs. He looks over at the maid. Do they have legs? I don't know.
And she gives a little titter, and she says, "Oh, Adamant, you are so charming with your jokes. No, of course the orchards do not have legs."
Yes, jokes. You can't look over at Oyo.
We need to have a team meeting in private.
At
and
tea place.
and the three servants will quickly just sort of melt off into the distance. They'll find things that need to be done elsewhere so that you all can have the room to yourselves.
I have a lead.
You do?
Yes, indeed. Don't ask because I don't want to lie to you. But it is underneath the university of all places.
You know I have to ask.
Yes.
Where did you get the information? Should we be worried?
No.
Things that
You know where I got it. It does not have to be spoken.
at least it's better than our apple.
Is this the place with the weird spinny doors?
Weird.
Locating to the library.
Yes, the library is attached to the university. But we're going under the university.
I'll hold up the locket that was given to me. Apparently, the orb that we found, as you know, it contains or is used to contain spirits or souls.
Indeed.
And this little trinket here apparently can sync up with magical sources and lead you where it came from. Is that right, Gally? Am I saying it wrong, or is this pretty much how it works?
Yeah, the locket is a device that can lead you in the direction. It's not entirely dissimilar to the homing device that they gave you when you went to Innistrad that was keyed to the memory shards, and that let you know the direction that you had to go to reach them. But it seems to be some sort of a little recurring theme with the Is It. But
Mm-hmm.
Then if we plan to get underneath the library, then how? Wouldn't there be guards or something protecting this great thing?
I was advised that it will be dangerous, yes, but I think that it has to do with the demonic forces that we have come in contact with, Adamant. Pretty sure that this will be one step closer in finding out more about that.
Ah. Well, then we certainly cannot pass up an opportunity for more information on that.
Is there any plan to get inside, or is it just wands blazing? She'll roll around her wand in her hands.
Well, if there's a secret passageway under the library, I'm sure we just need to perhaps use some kind of metal object to break through the floor. Sure there's something marking the spot.
I believe that we should be cautious and stealthy as possible.
Everybody make me intelligence checks. Everybody except Elora, because Elora wasn't with the group at the time.
Intelligence.
It's really not this party strong suit, is it?
Apparently.
Adamant and Oyohusa, something rings a bell about the 5th district and the Undercity, but you can't quite put a finger on it.
Say it again.
Something rings a bell about the 5th district and the Undercity. You can't quite put a finger on it.
Hmm.
Not with a 12. The characters cannot. Now, if the players
Perhaps
recall,
we
that's
could
something
ask the
different.
Golgari. They might know a way to where you're going. Yes.
I'm sorry, what?
We could ask the Golgari. See if they know what we're looking for.
I suppose. Why do you suggest such a thing?
Do they not live in the Undercity?
Hmm.
I would guess that they would know the Undercity better than most.
You make a good point. It has been some time since we had contact with that priestess.
Indeed. So perhaps we shall start there, yes?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, and as you recall the conversations that you had, or your initial arrival in Ravnica the first time, when you showed up in the Undercity, you remember Caker Lake, the death priest, and that she was in the Undercity in Precinct 5, and that she had led you to a place where there was an access to the surface, and
yes.
and she had talked about how if you ever came back down there, um, she had given you a something just to say that you were a friend of Caker Lake, and that someone could either take you to her or help you, give
Yes.
you assistance.
Adamant will fish that up, in fact.
Okay. All right. So you have that little trinket that um, that you were given, and okay, that's that, and that's what you remember at this point. So I'll go ahead and let you continue any conversation you want to have.
All right. Let us go to where they brought us up from the Undercity, and I'm sure it won't take them long to find us. And then we can present this. Then we can ask if they know where to go. Yes. Seems like a solid plan of action. Yes.
Yeah.
What can possibly go wrong?
Hmm. Many things, but let's not.
We have to be prepared for a very negative outcome, that's for sure. God knows what we're going to find out under there.
All right. So you make your way across the city, and you approach District 5, and you come to a familiar area, and you see that large planter over there that has a small tree growing out of it, and you notice the little portal that is built into the side of it, like a little doorway. And you go over and you um, use the handle, and there's a stairway that descends down into the um, into the earth underneath the streets. And as you go down, there are lights, look like they're little globes that have continual light spells in them that are glowing and they are affixed to the ceiling on the way down. And you notice that while the most of the city is relatively clean and everything, you notice zigzagging down these stairs that occasionally you will come across, um, some graffiti that is painted on the walls, um, and most of it appears to be, the work of restless youths with too much time on their hand. Um, and there doesn't seem to be any kind of coordinated uh, symbols or information or anything in here. And you get to a certain level, and you look out across an opening, and you see that long, slightly curving tunnel that you saw before that has the two sets of rails for what your escorts had told you were the underground rail that courses through the city. And indeed, as you get there, um, you hear a noise like a rumbling and a rushing of air coming towards the opening. And as you look, a long metal vehicle that rests on these rails goes by, and there's windows on either side, and the inside appears to be illuminated, and you can see some people standing, some people seated inside this vehicle, and it just very rapidly goes by. There's like five or six of these vehicles connected together. Um, and as you look down at the wheels, there are sparks as though some sort of lightning elemental or something were uh, in the wheels of this thing as it speeds along these metal tracks. And then it goes, and you can hear the sound of it echoing as it disappears and continues on down the track.
Well, definitely interested in that. I will ask about that later.
Okay. And you descend down a couple of more levels, and the aroma of the Undercity begins to come to your nostrils. And for Galibar and Oyohusa, yeah, that's the same place you got before. The For Elora, this definitely smells like a combination of animal manure and rotting vegetation that you might find, and it's quite pungent. And as you get down to a certain juncture, you see about 25 feet in front of you a pair of insect-like humans just kind of steps out from where they kind of have been hidden in the walls, and they step out into the corridor, and they say, "Hello, may we help you? We do not see many surface folk down here. If you continue on the path you are going, you will go into an area that has some raw sewage. It may not be to your liking."
We're here to see Caker Lake, and he holds up the item.
"Oh, Death Priest Caker Lake. Ah, Okay, you are friends of hers. Wonderful. Yes, and one will go ahead and tell you that one will tell you that its name is Zarax, and its companion's name is Yatar. Okay, these are the two Golgari. Precinct 5. Okay, that's in Discord for you. So Zarax will say something in its language, which sounds like a series of clicks and snaps of its mandible parts. And Yatar will nod, and then Zarax turns back to you all and says, I will lead you to Caker Lake. And Yatar will continue to watch the passage. So then it approaches what looks like a blank wall, and it presses on a tile, which pushes in, and then a hidden portal opens, slides out of the way, and there is a corridor that heads off down that way. And mercifully, as you go into this corridor, you leave the bulk of the stench of sewage behind, and it's very much muted here. There's a little bit of the scent of that sewage that seems to be coming from your guide Zarax, but it's the kind of scent that, like somebody who probably walks around in sewage on a regular basis and doesn't ever think of anything about it. And it's kind of like imagine like the somebody with their muddy boots, but instead of mud, it's sewage that they've been wandering around in. That's kind of the thing that you get from this. And he says, how do you know the Death Priest, if I may ask?
She helped us when we came to Ravnica.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. And did she summon you to assist her now?
We've actually come to seek information.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Well, I am sure that Caker Lake will enjoy seeing old friends again. And so you recall that these people are called the Crawl. That is the race that they are, and the strange clicking sound is the Crawl language. And you eventually okay, come on. Okay, good. You eventually go get to this place, and you will see you are brought before this large crawl, whom three of you recognize as Caker Lake, the Death Priest. And she is in a she is in a home that is not far away from the place where you first met her. And her antenna move, and she makes a clicking sound that just registers as though it must be like a happy sound. And she says, "Oh, my friends, welcome back. Welcome. Uh, it is so good to see you again. I did not know whether we would ever see your presence back in the Undercity since the last time. Uh, how has your stay in Ravnica been since we last met?"
It's been eventful.
"Oh, eventful." Um, and she looks and she says, "I seem to remember there were more of you before. And there are one or two that I do not see with you this time."
As I said, eventful. The two you remember coming with us the first time. One has decided he wished to leave a scholarly life, and he joined the university here in Rafting.
Oh,
And the other was taken on a mission of a celestial calling.
oh, a celestial calling. Well, certainly we all must be attentive to the will of the gods.
Indeed.
After all, I am a priest myself, and I believe you are as well, are you not? She
Indeed.
says, looking at Adamant.
Indeed, I
Yes.
am.
Well, my brother in the calling, how may I help you?
We are looking for something in the Undercity. And from here, I'm going to have my friend Oyo tell you what we're looking for.
She turns and looks at Oyohusa.
I have no idea what we're looking for. Only that this trinket, and I hold it up, points me to that direction in which we must go. And apparently it points to under the university.
Oh, under the university. Oh. And she steps forward a little bit, and she holds out one of her middle arms, and she says, "May I see that trinket?"
No, of course. And Oya hands it over.
Okay. And she will take it and she will look at it and she will say, "Oh, yes, it does appear to show a direction." And she closes her multifaceted eyes for a moment. And, she has the um, trinket out and she turns until the arrow is pointing straight away from her. And then she opens her eyes. And it's almost like she's looking through the wall of the room where you all are. And she says, "Yes, I believe that this is a part of the university where they do arcane research." And she reaches her hand back out to hand the locket back to you. She
Oya
says,
tells
I have a couple of uh, acolytes who are familiar with the university. They have duties that take them there. Um, I could send them as guides to lead you to this place."
you know of a way to it from below.
Oh, yes. Yes, there are many ways that are known only to we Golgari. How to navigate the Underdark, or how to navigate the Undercity. We can go all the way from District 1 to District 20 through the Undercity without ever having to come to the surface, whereas anyone else would lose themselves surely many times and would die of old age trying to even get out of a single district.
And when she says that, Adamant just kind of pauses. Kicker Lake.
Yes.
I was wondering if you might be willing to also help with a situation that's arisen throughout Ravnica.
Can you elaborate?
He will pull out his copy of the map of Ravnica with the overlay. You said you can get throughout the whole of Ravnica, yes?
Yes, we can navigate through all of the cities, and there are many places that have on the surface been reclaimed by the Gruul or the wilds and have become nothing but ruins and desert. But the Undercity still thrives in those locations.
He is going to unroll the map. These locations, the law mages are going to be looking into these to investigate. But I was wondering, you have access to places they might not know about. With what you said, with your claim. This is part of a demonic sigil, a demonic cult.
Oh, my goodness, that is disturbing. Let me have a look.
Yes, he will hand her the map.
And she will look, and her antenna, they will wave a little bit, and then they slowly start to they slow, and then as she looks some more, they kind of curl forward towards where she's studying, and you start to hear some clicking from her mouth parts. And now it doesn't sound like a clicking of something happy. It sounds like a clicking of something maybe that would be of concern. And she says, "Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh, I do not like this at all."
What do you know?
Well, in the memory of the crawl, as passed down through our histories and our stories, each one of the locations here corresponds to, roughly I would say, to an ancient summoning circle. And it is a summoning circle that is powered by crystalline energy cells. Now, see, and she beckons you over, and she begins to point to things on the map. Do you see these locations that are indicated here, and here, and here,
Mm,
and here, and then here, just outside of the 10th district.
Yes.
Those are I suppose the best way to think of them is they are ancient generators powered by crystalline magic. If the right sort of crystals are energized and placed into those, it will form a field that will drive the summoning circle outer ring. And do you see these locations marked here and here and here in the 9th district, and then again here in the 4th district? Those are a network of summoning circles that in and of themselves do not summon anything, but they power a much larger and more powerful summoning circle right here in what is now wastes between several of the districts.
Yes.
Do you want to know why that is a wasteland?
I am going to guess something had already been summoned there.
You would guess not entirely correctly. It is not that something was summoned to there. It was that something was summoned from there. Long, long ago.
I see. The running theory is that there. Pull out the map of Innistrad and rolls it out as well. And the running theory is that they are to lock something away. What do you know what was in that spot?
Oh, yes. Yes, at one time, that was the jewel of Ravnica. You see, in the years before the Guild Pact, Ravnica did cover the entire landmass of our world. And the Undercity connected all of the surface cities together. There was a great harmony between the Undercity and the world above and the natural world itself. The heart of that was what they called District 21.
Oh,
District 21 was where all of the guilds had their greatest centers of innovation and centers of collaboration. And for many thousands of years, people came from all over every district to learn at the universities and to participate in the economic powerhouse that was the business district of District 21. And discoveries and knowledge and even enlightened philosophical works of literature and faith and knowledge of life itself flowed to all parts of the city. But then something happened. A shadow fell on District 21. And the guilds which had worked in harmony began to distrust each other. Division began to be sowed. And a power arose in that district that sought to bind all of the guilds together. And I must tell you, it was a power that was deemed dark and evil, but it seemed the only thing strong enough to bind all of the feuding factions together. And then there was a great accident. Or at least everyone has been told it was an accident, and I have no evidence to the contrary. But the entire district simply vanished in some sort of a rift that appeared and did not consume the ground, but consumed the entire city, apparently taking it to some other plane or
I
demi-plane or somewhere.
Tell me, does the name Cordoon seem familiar?
Cordool. No, it does not. Well, what does that name mean to you?
It is the name of a demon we recently made the acquaintance of.
Oh,
And he serves a higher power, and this cult seems to be trying to. We thought they were sealing things, but it seems they're trying to break this seal that spans many planes.
oh. Yes, I can see the pattern on this Innistrad, you call it? This is another plane?
Yes,
Hmm. And you suspect this is repeated in other planes across the multiverse?
indeed. We have people checking on our own plane.
Oh. Oh, dear. Dear me. That is most distressing. And she says, and you think that a key to this may be under the university?
Uh, Perhaps at least a clue.
A clue. Oh, very well. Well, um, my my soldiers are all off on their duties. But would you have me send a patrol after you?
We would appreciate that.
Very well. I can spare some acolytes to guide you, and I will send word to gather a patrol. And I will send them after you when they can be assembled. I cannot promise how quickly, but certainly by later on today.
We greatly appreciate it.
Yes, very well. My friends, be careful, and if you should happen to learn anything, I would appreciate if you could get some word to me.
Indeed. Thank you for all the information.
Oh, of course, of course. You did us a great service when you removed the artifact that was causing such harm in our area. And for that, we will always be thankful. If we can repay that kindness with some aid, I would feel that at least part of my debt to you is paid.
Adamant not. We are always happy to help.
Yes, I believe that you are. And she then sends word, and a couple of other members of her uh, order come, a couple of acolytes, and so she will send you with them, and they will lead you off through the tunnels of the Undercity. And it's not long. You travel maybe a half hour, and you indeed go through all kinds of convoluted passages where you go through foot tunnels. You walk along the edge of tunnels where there are more of these underground trains. Although you don't encounter any, but you see the tracks for them over there as you all are walking along a little catwalk on one side of the tunnel. And then you do have to go through vast, what look like, at first, they look like natural underground caverns, but you can see that these are actually made of enormous stone blocks that just have aged over the millennia, perhaps. And, so they have like the slick wet on them and everything. And there are dry passages that your guides lead you through. And a couple of those, it's like you just step into, it smells like the entire volume of the sewage of the entire precinct must be in that chamber over there, and you just walk along the edge of it. It's like, ugh. And fortunately, you're not in that space for too long. And you go through all kinds of little hidden passages and different types of passageways that seem to connect with each other in a way that you would never expect. And eventually you get to a stairway that leads up. And they stop there and they point to the stairway and they say, if you go up this stairway, 3 flights up, you will come into the sub-basement of the arcane engineering laboratories of the university. And in fact, as you all look at the little locket, the arrow is almost completely black, and it is pointing just up to the north. And they look at the locket, and they look and they say, yes, the door will lead you to a corridor that goes north. I believe you will find what you are seeking there.
Thank you so much.
You are quite welcome. And they just stand by. And do you all proceed up the stairs?
Yes. We shall
Okay.
proceed up the stairs.
Okay, as you all go up, they will close the door and then they will return back. the direction that they came. And you climb up the stairs, and you reach a corridor that is about 10 feet wide, and it goes ahead, and at the end there are some double doors, and there's a little plaque on the side of the door, and the plaque says that this is the arcane generation lab number 5B, and there is a name listed for apparently a faculty member, and this name is Dr. Hallas. Okay, so we say Dr. Hallas.
Let me make note of that name.
Okay, and there's a little window, and you can see that the passage beyond is lighted, and it looks like it extends ahead, and there's kind of an opening off on the right-hand side of the passage. And Oyohusa, as you look at this little locket, this thing is completely black, and the arrow is kind of pointed in a way that looks like it's probably pointing towards whatever is beyond that opening ahead of you. But as you try the doors, you find that the doors are locked.
Can you open them, Oya?
I'll try. We're definitely where we need to be. As he said softly. I'll check and see carefully the area, make sure it's not trapped. Check the door, make sure it's not trapped. See if there's any kind of alarm system or something installed.
Okay. Go ahead and make me a sleight of hand check for that, to just be sure that. Okay, and you'll get a guidance.
I keep on forgetting I keep on muting my microphone twice. I'll give him guidance on that.
Okay, so 26. Yeah, 26 is really good. There's it's not trapped, doesn't seem to set off an alarm. It just seems like the lab is locked up.
All right, I'll unlock the door. Try to.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a. Yeah. Do you have thieves' tools? And so you can roll that as dexterity with your proficiency. I believe that's how that works these days.
Yeah.
I do, but it's the same as sleight of hand, I think. The same modifier.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. You still use a D&D Beyond sheet.
Yeah. Okay. So go ahead. You can go ahead and. All right. Well, you think, wow, this is odd because this lock is really kind of easy. You know that you would be able to open a very complex lock, but this lock is actually kind of a simple lock. That it would keep anybody who doesn't have a key and is not motivated out, but anyone who spends a little time with it would easily be able to open it. So, you, speaking of someone who is motivated, you open the door and you will see a passage before you, and I have already taken the liberty of putting you guys on the map down here. And I believe that you all would be able to maneuver your own tokens. Yes. Okay, good. All right. So as you see, this corridor is metal, and the walls are metal, and there's an opening up here. If I ping it for you, an opening here, where light is spilling out of, and then there's a smaller corridor that extends on beyond this.
All right.
Is anybody
And
else
I-
gonna stealth?
Adamant just kind of looks at Galibar. Perhaps the stealthier should move a little further ahead.
Oh yeah, we'll stealthily move ahead.
Okay. All right.
Wow. Okay.
Or not.
Galibar's the
Well,
stealthiest.
well, you guys, as you guys go up here, Galibar, when you're there, you can hear there's a lot of noise being generated out of here. It's a constant thrumming noise as of large machinery, and it seems to be a steady kind of zoom 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 that is going on in there. There's light coming from this passage up here, and I guess Oyo, you're close enough that, and by your angle, you would be able to see what's there. So let me go ahead and reveal, for your line of sight, what you see. Whoops, that is not what I want to reveal, not hide. Now, why is that doing? Okay, so then there we go. Okay. For some reason, it didn't want to. You can see up ahead that it looks like there's some sort of machine room, and there's huge, enormous, like boiler pipes that have a couple of valves on them here. And there's probably some sort of opening to another room over here. No clue what that would be because of all the noise coming out of this area here. Okay, Galibar, you get there, and obviously there is light, so this place is illuminated. And all right, so I'll just go ahead and show you basically what you can see for about half of this area coming up here. And no. There. That's better. Okay. So, what you see is you see a several technicians, and these technicians look like they are humans, and they're wearing, like traditional white lab coats, and they've got like some sort of arcane goggles on their heads. And I'm gonna reveal a little bit more up here because I think you could see this. one of them is up in a little chamber over here and appears to be digging around in a large toolbox. There's some sort of arcane machinery here, and there's a technician there that appears to be at the console. Over here, there's another piece of arcane machinery, and two people seem to be at that console. And then the thing that kind of catches your eye is this large crystal globe, and the globe seems to be reinforced with strips of metal that are surrounding it. And inside the globe, you can actually see something moving. And it's something that has the appearance from the little edge of it that you can see like it's some kind of enormous grub, like the larvae of some sort of insect that is in there. And you can't quite tell from where you are whether that noise is coming from any of the machinery or from all of the machinery. And yeah, so I think that's good for what you guys can see at this point.
So let's go here.
Okay, so Galibar, you go there, and then that means that. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go ahead and I am going to. Whoops, come on. Okay, I am going to. Reveal. This map is so big, I have to reveal it in pieces. So, reveal part of this down to here. Reveal this over here. Yeah, okay. All right. So, yes, you can see Galibar. This thing here is what looks like part of the head of an enormous grub that is inside this thing. And this crystal orb is attached to some sort of arcane machine. And this seems to be the loudest thing in the room. There is someone who is dressed in robes like a mage that you guys can just sort of see on the other side of this, appears probably to be working on this machine in some sort. There is another person in robes up here who is working at some sort of console, and there are yet more. Yeah. Whoops. Come on. There are yet more areas here where you can see this, and then there's a person that you seem to be able to see kind of over here up in this area. There's like maybe some kind of steam or something that appears to be venting from something over in this area. Whoops. And then yet more arcane machinery up here that you can kind of see. And another thing down here. There we go. All right. So that's pretty much what you
Okay,
see in there.
How high up is the bottom from the top?
Okay. It these stairways here. Whoops. Oh, okay, that's an actual shadow painted onto the artwork. Okay, the stairway here and the stairway here are about descend about 20 feet. So this lab floor here is about 20 feet below this raised area here. This stairway here descends about 5 feet from the level you are on down to this area here.
How high up does this glass sphere go?
The glass sphere, you can see about half of it above, peaking above this level here. So it's probably, if that thing goes all the way down to the ground, it's probably about a 40-foot diameter glass sphere.
Wow, that's a big old grub.
Yeah, it's
Here
a.
goes my initial plan. I cast message to Oyohusa, uh, say, what's our plan here? What do we do?
I'm not sure.
Do we want to destroy that crystal sphere thing or the glass sphere?
This is this is definitely what. I mean, we're in the right spot. It's not like, I guess.
Oh yeah. You look at your locket, and yes, this is what is key to it. And okay, yeah, one more thing that one more detail I neglected to mention. This machine here that's connected to this crystal sphere, this is a like a metal machine. Looks like it's made of brass or stuff with like copper tubes that coming off of it leading into this sphere. And there is a crystal dome on top of this thing. And floating around in that crystal dome, you can see like little motes of light. And occasionally you will see one of those little motes of light kind of get sucked into one of these tubes and go into this big, large crystal thing where this grub is. And you don't see any of those lights floating around in this area here.
Does the machine look protected by magic at all?
Well, your Galibar would guess that all of the really fancy technology he's seen here in Ravnica is powered by some kind of combination of magic and mechanical energy. So yes, he would imagine that there's some sort of magic, and without doing a detect magic, he couldn't tell whether there's any kind of energy field around it, or protection around it.
Okay.
But
Galibar
certainly it's powered by magic.
Galibar will cast message again to Oyohusa and say,
Okay.
I need to know if I could just barge in there and try to destroy that machine, or do we have any sort of plan whatsoever?
I am not sure. That I do not know anything about this area, but I can tell you that it does not look like it's going to be a easy surprise. Does anyone have any suggestions?
Well, I could go in and act as a inspector for the Izzet League. He pulled out his Izzet League thing.
Galibar casts message and to Adamant and says that might not be a good idea because he might do a secret.
Well, that's why all of you are going to be prepared, yes?
These types of engagements make me nervous. I know nothing about these adversaries.
We know what we need to know. They are adversaries.
Should I go after the machine or the people?
People first. Try not to kill them, though.
That machine does work.
See if we can at least take some alive. Perhaps we can get answers.
So these tubes look like they're made out of brass. These things right here.
Yeah, copper or brass, something like that.
I have an axe that does double damage to objects, so I could take
Yeah, you
out
do.
at least part of it.
Without knowing what they do, that's might not be a good idea. Could kill us all.
Me not doing anything could give them time to release said creature. So it's kind of a 50-50.
What is the main mission at hand? To get the orb, to kill the creature, to take these people hostages?
Hostages implies that we're not doing what we're supposed to do. This is not an illegal activity.
Technically, are we even on a here? We're kind of on our own.
It's part of our mission. It'll be all right.
Yeah, from what Elora has seen from the actual legal authorities of this place, their idea of investigation is to form a committee to analyze everything they have found. So it might be 10 years, even if they have solid leads, it might be 10 years before they actually get around to charging anybody in with an attempted murder or the murder of Eric, because they have so many different things that they need to go through. You guys are, have gotten information that has led you to this place.
So we assume that these people are the ones who killed Eric? Or have something to do with it?
Yes, it is linked to the orb. But question, DM, does this
Yes.
creature that's in the sphere look like it's capable of fighting yet?
Give me a nature check. Galibar is pretty good with natural things. Okay. Yeah, Galibar, this is and I check my notes. I told you guys something a little bit incorrect. It's not actually a sphere. It's a cylinder that has a rounded top and a rounded bottom. But again, it's about 40 feet tall and it's about 15 feet in diameter. And the creature in there looks to be a larval type grub. And this grub is, it's got like, it's showing like it's gotten like the place where eyes will form and where mouth parts will form, but it looks very much in the embryonic or larval stage. So you don't think it really is in any condition to fight. It looks like it's in this environment to be grown. That's what Galibar would think, is that they are trying to grow this larva into something.
Okay, so now he is less worried about this. I guess he'll go with what Adamant said and try to go after the people first.
Yeah. And then by extension, if you think that that's being grown, then this device here might be something that they are using to feed it. And those little glowing objects within that crystal dome that go through those, that might be what it's using for food. And who knows what those little glowing objects are.
I have ideas.
Galibar will definitely probably try to destroy that mission before we leave this place then. He'll look at Oyohusa again, and he'll cast messages like, do you want to do a countdown and then we go, or just rush it?
I could try to sneak in, but perhaps maybe just you running in like a crazed madman might scare the shit out of something.
Okay, how far can I actually make it? I can make it right there.
Perhaps.
Actually, yeah, I can.
Is barging in really the best way to do this?
The area looks pretty well lit. I mean, what do you suggest?
Well, could certainly try what I suggested.
It would completely ruin surprise if they do not.
Well, if you're not coming in with me, you will still have shock and awe. Yes.
If you think this plan will work, then I'm all for it.
Well, we don't really have a good plan to do this, but we can do what we can. He fixes it. He palms his. Is it league identification? All right. Makes that cracking motion.
Galibar has his sentient axe ready to rush in at this guy right here if something goes wrong.
Okay.
Go
ahead, Oyo.
Do I have vision on that Demir Guildmage?
This guy, you can see that there's somebody back there working, and you can see that he's got robes on, but like you can see his arm, and as he's moving around, but he seems pretty focused on whatever he's doing behind this machine here.
Galibar, do you trust me?
Yes.
I slowly raise my hand out to his.
I'll take the hand.
Dimension door.
For a moment, I thought this was going to be a sweet romantic moment between the two.
No.
And so you want to bring you guys onto this bridge here behind this guy?
Oh, this is a bridge?
Yeah, this bridge here is 20 feet above the floor here.
Oh, this right
Can you
here.
just-
There's room for somebody right here, isn't there?
There would be like one person here next to the machine and one person behind this guy.
I don't know how that works. Dimension door. We have to be standing next to each other, basically, or what?
You have to be grasping hold of the person, so yeah, you would have to kind of be doing that.
You could drop me down on top of him.
Well,
Well,
is there room?
let's
room?
take a look. Let's take a look. Dimension door. Okay. Teleport yourself from your current location to the other spot within range. You reside exactly at the spot desired. It can be a place you can see when you visualize or when you can describe it stating this. Yeah, okay. Bring along objects. You also bring along one willing creature your size or smaller who's carrying gear up to creature must be within 5 feet of you when you cast this spell. If you would arrive in a place already occupied by an object or creature, you and any creature traveling with you each take damage. And the spell fails to teleport you. So no, you cannot drop him on top of it, because you guys would both take damage and the teleport wouldn't work.
But
so
there's
you
room.
have
Is there room to stand right here?
there is room to stand. There is a ledge around this area, so there's room to stand there. You and Galibar do have to be within 5 feet of each other when you cast and when you arrive. So you would have to be in adjacent squares when you arrive.
If you just use your action, so if Galibar stands where you are right now, he could attack.
And then that would mean that the legal space for Oyohusa would be behind Galibar.
All right, I guess we're going for the seer then.
The seer. Okay.
Oh, okay. So you're gonna head over here instead. Okay. And you can place. Yeah, you want. Where do you ping where you want Galibar? Is that good, or do you want him right next to you?
I mean, that works if that's where he wants
Okay.
to.
Okay. All right. So you guys do that. Adamant, as you are actually, you're not there, Adamant, because
Actually,
they were just there.
Can we give Elora and Adamant, like, how far in can they get before they get spotted? Because I can do that instantly. I don't need to just go in like. So let's just say like they run in like what? Can they make it in like 10 feet or something? I give them like the slightest bit of an advantage as we can.
So it's like, what you're envisioning is you're envisioning Adamant and Elora rush in. That draws everybody's attention, and while the attention is focused on them, you and Galibar blink in and try to attack. Is that?
Yeah, it's kind of like instantaneous, but yeah, like
well, this would be a surprise round. So
up to this point, there's a lot of noise going on in here, and you guys have been relatively quiet. You have been using Galibar. Do you have inspiration right now?
yes.
Or have you? Okay.
I haven't had a chance to use it in a long time.
Okay, I was gonna say if you didn't, the fact that you were specifying that you were using message for all this stuff, that is really good. That would be worthy of inspiration. So, yeah, you guys have done really good at being very quiet up to this point. So, Oyo and Galibar, move your tokens back, and let's get everybody on the same page and see if
Okay.
everyone agrees to this. So, Adamant and Elora, the proposal on the table now is that the two of you will walk in, and after you get, I think the figure 10 feet was given, after you get 10 feet into the room, Oyo and Galibar will do their dimension door right next to this guy in robes over here.
Okay.
So is that something that Elora and Adamant would approve of doing?
Well, I suppose.
Okay, I've heard buy-in from Adamant. What about Elora?
Elora can take advantage of the situation, yeah.
Okay, all right. So then, we can go ahead and we can at least start this combat. So, Elora and Adamant, go ahead and move 10 feet into the room.
Right. Beep.
Okay, all right. And when you do, you immediately hear a voice from over here go, "Hey, who are you?"
He flashes his badge.
Poof.
Poof. And do I get my surprise round attacks?
I'm going to go ahead and say that yes, we will grant you guys a surprise round. So let's go ahead, do this, do this.
Surprise death inspection.
Well, since this has gone a little differently than Adamant was thinking, seems like a great time to use something he got recently.
Okay.
He is going to chuck his hammer.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh my god.
All right. So, okay. So it's 120 feet, and where are you?
He's just going to chuck it at the guy in the middle there, the Gilmaze fella.
This guy? Okay. Yeah, you can see him. And it doesn't say that it has to be a straight line, so we can say that this thing will arc around the machine and try to whack him on the head.
Just remember, he's 20 feet up on a bridge. So,
well,
if you're trying to do AoE.
Actually, Adamant is on the same level because you see this level here is the same as the level of the bridge. It's this floor here that is.
That's what I'm talking about.
Below. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just okay.
Yeah,
Just
it's a
letting him know.
3-foot spear. It's a fireball.
Okay.
A smaller fireball.
All right. He has to make a dex save. So let's find out what
Everybody within 20 feet does.
That's true. Yeah, if it's 20
Yeah,
feet high,
yeah.
it would go. Okay, it would hit him. Yeah.
Okay. Dex save.
This technician here might
All
be.
of these technicians.
That
Good
is
Lord.
okay. The guy fails, and then let's see. I need to get a. Where is the? There we
Oh
go.
God, what if we were just supposed to kill this Demir doppelganger?
Oops.
We're killing everybody. Whoops.
Okay, and we will see about these technicians. It's a dex save, right?
Yep. DC 15.
Okay. So, oh come on, you.
And
That's one fail. How many of these technicians?
All
Five.
five get hit.
2, 3,
Oh, this is gonna be
4,
horrible.
5. Okay. So, all right. Everybody fails.
Oh, wow.
So this guy takes 22 points of damage. This guy or this technician takes 22 points of damage and is completely obliterated.
oh no.
This one takes 22 points of damage and is completely obliterated.
In House Demir, if you don't know who to kill, you kill everybody.
Pretty
Adamant.
much.
Adamant just did his first mass murder.
Okay. Minus 22.
Oh.
And then who else am I missing? I've got these two guys. I got those two guys.
All five of these technicians got hit. So
Where's the fifth? Oh, this guy?
Yeah, up here.
You
this
think
guy-
this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
This guy.
So then,
20 feet.
yeah. So
Oh no.
minus.
Galibar's grinning. That can't be good.
Okay. Then yeah, there's like these, and they just collapse, and this guy is like, ah.
Perfectly deadpan. Adamant says, "Surrender, or I'll experiment more."
And with that, I think that calls for Oyohusa and Galibar to make their attacks.
Yeah. Let me attack this guy first.
Wouldn't the ugly thing take damage too? Or no?
Technically, it's at full cover, and it's not
Yeah.
within 20 feet.
Okay.
I'm hoping a 25 hits this guy.
Okay, there we go. 25. Yes, a 25 will hit this guy.
All right. Stunning strike.
Stunning strike. Okay.
Let's see how fast we can pulverize this boss.
Okay. You hit him with a stunning strike, and he looks at you and he smiles, but he does take damage. And the stunning strike appears to have no effect.
Oh, you don't even have to roll? Damn.
Yeah. He's immune to the stun condition.
Ooh.
Well, we picked the wrong one. My bad.
You can still do damage to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I'm thinking here. All right. I'll just do it. I'll just attack.
16. 16 is exactly what you need to hit this guy.
All right, flurry of blows.
Mm. 23 and 4. So one of those will hit for 9. The other one will miss. Okay, so he's wounded but nowhere near bloodied after Oyohusa's flurry of attacks. And Galibar, Galibar, your axe, just you can hear in your head it's going, evil, death, kill it, kill it.
Does that mean it's undead or no?
You get the sense that this axe really dislikes this thing. And yeah, as this guy smiled at Oyohusa, you could actually see some fangs, like vampiric fangs.
Oh,
Okay.
God, your vampires are immune to stun in this.
Okay. I will
awesome.
rage, and I will recklessly attack this guy.
Okay. 2 nice hits for 18 and 13. That is
low
30. 30 what? 31. Okay. Yeah, he definitely felt that. And now it's time for everybody
Elora?
to go ahead. Elora, what were you going to do?
Well, at first, the huge cluster of people, I wanted to do Ice Storm, but I guess they're all dead. And then that would have done fantastic things. But no, she will summon Omega and Vega right beside her. 2 lines.
Okay. Did we get you tokens for those yet?
No.
Okay, so I'm going to do this.
Did you say Alpha and Omega?
No,
Omega
Vega
and
and Omega. That's their names.
Or 2 lions.
The rhymes is
I thought that Alpha. I thought you said Alpha and Omega. I was like, oh, that's cool.
What, Vega and Omega isn't cool? What?
It's like half as cool.
Okay,
Half.
so
Rude.
they will just simply flank you there.
Oh, right,
And-
they're large creatures. Right.
remember, Laura. We want them. We want the rest alive if we can.
Okay. What is summoning those? Is that an action or a bonus action?
I would believe it's an action. You have to
Okay.
speak the word, then you have to throw it at the same time. So
Okay.
I don't have control over them.
Okay. Oh, you don't have control over it. All right, so let me do this. Oh, phooey. Okay.
So they could just like lay down and not do anything.
Here, I'm gonna
Well,
do
you can
this
give them
for
commands,
right.
I'm pretty sure.
Do this. I'm gonna say, there and yeah. Now see if it will let you move them around.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
So this one, I will move them over here, and that is in a straight line, so I can use my pounce ability, which if the line moves 20 feet and straight towards a creature, it has to make a DC 13 saving throw or be knocked prone.
Okay. Well,
A claw attack.
go ahead and make the attack first, because it may not matter.
These guys had like 5 hit points.
Oh. Yeah. Okay. Roll the damage.
He just fucking ate that gnome in whole.
Shut up so I can type this.
God, this turned into such a horror show.
Okay, yeah. You knock the legs of the technician prone, and when the lion turns back around to look at you all, you can sort of see that it has the bloody torso of this thing in its jaws, and it's starting to clunk, clunk, clunk.
Well, I suppose
Elora,
what is it going to happen here?
Elora rubs her head. Oops, I guess I forgot to feed them last night.
And okay, so now
No.
it is. Oh,
It wouldn't have a 10-foot running start, right?
well, no, because it's got to go around Adamant. And remember, this is a 20-foot drop, so I don't know whether you'd want it to go down that.
So I'll just make him stand by it. His brother.
Okay, all right. Okay, now we can go ahead and we can do initiative, and you guys can all roll for initiative. Okay.
Ugh, I forgot to click on my guy again. God.
Oh shoot. Maybe I did.
What? It rolled twice and gave me. What is going on? Damn it, D&D Beyond.
You can change it too.
Just give me a 15. I'll change it.
Yep. Okay. And whoops. That's not right. There you go. Now, the next one was the. I have to remember that I have to switch. So this was a 10.16. Add the turn for him. And it is 10.16. Okay. And roll initiative. And then go to this guy and roll. And
Oh God,
we
where's
will
the Death Cult Rogue at?
put these guys in descending order.
No
Okay.
metagaming. Shh. No.
And yeah, then the first thing that happens is Galibar will get
you didn't
to
put it in
go.
descendant. You didn't put it in descendant.
Now,
Did you bank for
okay, so the Demir Doppelganger gets to go first. All right, so Demir Doppelganger, what can you do? Well, you can't do a whole lot because you only have that. So it will go. It will go 5, 10, 15, 20, 20. Okay, so it will do this. It will go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. with the rapier.
No, poor little babies.
Uh,
Jesus.
It deals 12 piercing and 11 poison damage with its rapier for a total of 23.
Is that
So,
3 HP?
yeah, minus 23 HP. So, yeah, this guy is sitting at 3 hit points now, and the lion is bloodied. And that's all he can do. So, Galibar, you may
2
go.
more reckless attacks against this guy.
Okay.
Still no crits. Does a 20 hit?
20 will hit, yes. 15 will not. Ooh, 30.
Oh.
Dang.
Oh.
Let me just
Oof.
double check
I finally rolled
with
high on
him.
damage.
Yes, that is. So he is, with that hit, he is now bloodied. Yep. He has no way of resisting magical damage. All right. So then, oh, I'm sorry. Was there anything else before I allow the rogue to go? Because that was 2 attacks.
Yeah, that's the end of my turn.
Okay. All right.
Rest in peace, Elora.
What?
Just kidding.
I don't think you're kidding.
I think in this case it'd be rest in pieces.
Okay. Adamant and Elora, you see a creature appear in the doorway behind you. It appears to be a humanoid, and it holds it's got studded leather on. It holds a short sword in one hand, and it has a hand crossbow. But it had to use double movement to get there, so once it gets there, it cannot do anything. And the turn passes to Oyohusa. Ken, are you still with us?
I got caught in the middle of washing my hands. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I attacked this guy.
All right. Uh, 13 will miss, 14 will miss.
Damn, I guess I'll flurry of blows.
Oh, wow. My goodness. 4
What?
attacks and they all miss.
Fucking cursed.
See, now this is why when I convert monsters, I will play with how hard they hit, and I will play with their hit points, but I do not change their armor class because to me it just seems like it would be very easy to make a fight unwinnable if I cranked up the armor class along with everything else. Because sometimes you do get a character with 4 attacks and they all miss.
You just know, you do it on purpose to me. You're like, I'll make him stun immune because I know the monk can't hit him, and when he does, he can't be stunned.
Okay, anything? Okay. All right. Well, this guy gets to go. And this guy has definitely definitely understands what is what is needed here. All right. He is going to uh, attempt to attack Galibar with an unarmed strike.
He has advantage.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
'cause I reckless.
yes. Oh, whoops. No. I clicked the wrong.
Ooh.
28.
Oh goodness.
That hits.
Okay. Now, the good news is you only take 5 points of damage. The bad news is you need to make a check to escape from a grapple, but it's not a horribly difficult escape for Galibar.
No.
Yeah, no, I'd be really unlucky. Technically, I only take half of that 5, so it's at 2.
Yeah, that's 2. So you can make an athletics or an acrobatics check, whichever is better, to try to avoid the grapple. Because it's when the person who's being grappled, it's their choice, whatever they use to try to escape.
Oh,
Whoops.
I was wondering why he went quiet all of a sudden.
Okay.
Okay, I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, okay. You need to make either an athletics or an acrobatics check to try to avoid the grapple.
Okay, and how much damage?
Just
That
just
damage is
two.
half,
Just
how much do
two.
I take?
Yeah. Oh.
Oh my.
I have advantage because I'm raging.
Oh, you have advantage.
That's a
Yeah,
good
I'm a
thing.
barbarian.
That's a very good thing, because as he grapples you, he gazes into your eyes. And you start to feel like, wow, I really want to do what this guy wants me to do. I really want to do what this guy wants me to do. And then you break away from the guy saying, I don't want to do what this guy wants me to do.
Fuck this guy.
Yeah. Because his next thing was going to be to bite you. And if he had bitten you, he would charm you. And there is not a save against that.
Oh,
So,
a charmed Galibar would be the end of the party.
yeah. Why do you think he chose to charm Galibar? Or try to charm Galibar? But his spell then does not work. So he is going to actually take a chance at the high school dance with a Missy who is ready to play. And he is going to fly up, and away, meaning that he invokes 2 opportunity attacks. So let's see, where is he going to go? 5, 10, 15, 20, 20. He is just going to go right over here. All right, so a 20 will hit, and he will take, yeah, and a 15 will miss. So you only get 1 opportunity attack. You don't get 2. So the 20 will hit, and it deals 12 damage. So, and then Oyohusa's attack misses.
Oh yeah,
The
shouts
12
out.
is the wrong damage. I was trying to say it over. I was muted, but that 12 is the wrong damage because he's undead.
Oh, that's right. So
So
he
it's
gets
12
8 more.
plus 11. Yeah. Technically plus 11. But 12 12 plus 11.
Did you add that to the previous attacks?
No, it's so I misclicked a bunch of times. Do you want to go with the damage I rolled for the actual what the actual weapon damage would be, or do you want to just add the two first rolls together for the dice?
Okay. Okay, so the yeah, what do you think the total damage should be?
Well, if we combine, because I misclicked the wrong weapon attack.
Okay. So then that was the one down below the second attack you did. Okay, so it would be 20
Yes.
total. Okay, 20 total. We'll just use that. All right. So he had.
Could have Oyo shouted out something?
Sure.
Adamant, he's a vampire.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. That will work. And as he escapes away, very bloodied, Adamant is actually to you.
Well, Adamant has already know what he was gonna do. He's just gotta change the target. He is going to cast this at level 4, and he's gonna target the vampire, the guild mage, and the death cultist.
What the?
Oh, hold person. Okay. Now that targets humanoids.
That, as far as he could tell, they're all humanoids.
Okay. All right. You did, just as you were in the middle of casting that, you heard from Oyohusa he's a vampire. So.
All right, sure. So just target those two then.
Okay.
The
Do you have the range to get the doppelganger?
60 feet. I mentioned
Okay.
it already. So he'll
Okay.
go
All right. Yeah.
the mage and the
Okay. So they all have a wisdom saving throws, and what's your spell save DC?
16.
16. So let's start with the guild mage. Wisdom save. Oh, fail. Doppelganger. Wisdom save. Oh, fail. Rogue. Wisdom save. Oh,
Good
fail.
Lord.
All right. So, this guy is held. This guy is held. And this gal up here, she's held. And yeah, this guy up here is like shit.
Elora, if you could deal with the flying creature.
Oh,
there,
so he is flying.
that was me.
Okay.
Yeah, this guy is flying. I'm gonna. It's gonna look funny to do it because he is not holy at all. But I'm gonna put little wings on him to show that he's flying. Okay. And we're
You,
gonna
go ahead.
we're gonna finish up this round, and then we're gonna break, and we'll pick back up with the battle next week.
Need some fang. Need like a fang icon.
Yeah.
Like vampire fangs.
Yeah. Okay.
Bonus action, he's going to look at the seer. How high up is he?
He's like just maybe 5 feet or so above this contraption here.
Cool. He's going to hit him with this.
Battle cry, try provoking. Oh.
It's not that
8.
high. It's 8 plus. It's only a DC. What? Oh, no, I can use my strength. Haha. So 3, 6. So DC 14.
DC 14, and that is a wisdom save.
Yep.
All right. Well, yeah. Okay, Ken, you can take solace in the fact that the DM is rolling low too, at least on saving throws.
Yeah, let's not go to the casino anytime soon.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So we're just gonna put this little flag on him that he is. No, what is he doing?
He has
On a fail
disadvantage
save.
on all attacks against any target that is not me until the start of his next turn.
Okay.
And
All right.
Adamant draws his battle axe, and he is done for the round.
All right. So Demir Guildmage. Demir Guildmage is held.
He gets
Paralyzed, isn't it?
yes, but he
Yep.
gets a save at the end of his turn.
Yeah, he gets the save, so that's the same thing we were doing before.
Yep.
Wisdom save DC
DC
16.
16.
Nope, he fails. He is very sad. Because he was just about finished with the adjustments he was making in the machine when you guys showed up to ruin everything. All right, and Elora, you get to finish our session off with
My
whatever.
lines do have its own initiative, and I added in after you fixed it, so they actually go before me.
Oh, okay. So I discovered something I can do. I can do this, and wait, are they both? Oh,
I'm
okay.
just
We're
going
just
to
using
count
one.
it as
Yeah.
both, so.
That's fine.
Oh no. Oh
Okay.
no.
So I want to ask a question before I do this.
Yes.
For the running leap, can you leap over your allies?
Running leap. I don't see why you can't.
Okay. Do-do. He's going to move back 10 feet, and then he is going to run 10 feet and do the leap over.
Okay.
So the running leap is with a 10-foot running start, the line can jump up to 25 feet.
Okay. So the goal is to land on the other side of this doppelganger. Yeah. Okay. All right. And then,
I'm not sure if that uses an action or not, but I guess it does.
No, that's a. I don't think so.
It's in with his keen spell, pack tactics, and pounds. But
Did it say it's a bonus action?
no, it doesn't say it's an action or a bonus action or anything like that.
Let me pull up his character sheet.
Probably movement.
Yeah, I think that's part of his movement is
That's
running
awesome.
leap. So that's not a separate action.
And on top of that, because it moved over 20 feet in a straight line, would it announce its pounce as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. So it gets a pounce attack on this guy.
And it also has advantage because it has pack tactics.
And he's paralyzed.
Right. Well, yeah, you would have advantage anyway because the target is paralyzed.
True. Yeah.
And it's an automatic crit.
Yes, sir.
So it is its claw attack, which is 2.
That's what Oyo needs. He needs the ability to paralyze people.
Well, fortunately,
you have to roll a d20. You have to roll a d20.
Oh, okay. I thought it was an automatic crit.
No, if it hits, it's an automatic crit.
Okay.
But he's got advantage, so.
So leave the damage. We'll use the damage, but then roll to see if you actually hit, and you get to roll twice because he has advantage on the attack. So.
Throw another one.
I haven't made a key binding for it yet, so I'm typing it all automatically.
Right. Okay. The 16 will hit for 10 points of damage. Now, the
other line.
Hold on. The good thing is you hit. You did 10 points of damage. The bad thing is that this doppelganger's skin is poison. So when the lion
Oh.
touches it, the lion is going to take some poison damage.
Mm.
And we'll see how much that is. That is 7 points of poison damage.
Don't forget it's a crit.
She did roll the
She-
crit.
She-
Yeah.
Okay.
And here's a question: would the other line key onto that it skins poison?
I don't know. These lions are loyal to you, and they kind of go back to another plane, and they come back when they're able to. So, it's kind of up to you whether you think that would deter them, or whether the magic of the little figurine would overpower what might be their natural inclination to avoid harm to themselves. So I'm going to let that be your choice.
I'm just gonna make the other line stand there.
Okay. All right. Then in that case, we will go ahead and we will advance to Elora, and you can finish us.
And
And Roll20 is being slow moving the marker, but there you go.
And would I be able to hear, oh, it's a vampire, that Oyo was screaming?
If he said it loud enough for Adamant to hear it, you could probably hear it.
So then she's going to cast Moonbeam at
Oh.
4th level
Oh.
on the seer.
So, okay, so the total is 27 damage, and he's got a save coming his way. It's a con save. So let's see if he can make a con save. Oh, he can make a con save.
So he takes
Now
half.
let me double check.
Don't you have luck, Elora?
I can reroll that spell. It's just a DC save. No, right? Because I can make it against his roll.
Well, yes, but even if you did, it would be it's a choice between a 23 and a 19. So he would still make.
Oh.
Yeah.
He would still make it. So that would not be a good use of luck.
Yeah.
And surprisingly enough, unlike vampires that you might be used to, while this guy does take all the damage, he doesn't seem to take any more damage than you would expect. He's still very badly hurt. He's very bloodied. But vampires in Toril and probably in the Underdark usually take extra damage from Radiant. This guy, not so much. All right. Well, that's going to end the round. We have gone a few minutes over, so I am going to go ahead and call a session for today.
Okay.
Thank you guys for coming and playing. And chat room, thank you for hanging out with us this afternoon. And we will see if the party can overcome these nasty enemies next time
Think you
on the
should-
Walker of Waterdeep. Yeah, all right. And for the chat room, I'm about to raid Frog Pants. They probably are still in their pregame since it takes them a little bit of time usually to get going. With them, when they say they start at 6 o'clock, it means they kind of all show up at 6 o'clock and start their table talk. Okay.
And sometimes that's just how it goes.
Yep. Okay. All right. And we will go ahead and end the stream.